They could have put it back because they're reading the label or whatever. They put it back. You come, you grab it, you can get the virus. So don't just grab or assume that it's not there. Assume that it's everywhere. Here's an avocado. He's going to scan the avocado. Somebody else could have touched the avocado and put it back. And then when you take it and you touch it without a glove at home, you're going to get the virus. So make sure you cut and wash the avocado before you cut it when you get home. Just think the virus is everywhere. Potentially everybody has it, and it can impact you ways you're not even thinking about it, because you can't see it, you can't smell it, but you can touch it. This counter right here, they have to be disinfecting it. Tell them to disinfect it, because if somebody came and they touched the counter, now you come, you touch the counter, you just got the virus. Even with money, when you pay with cash, let's say, and they hand you change. So I'm going to give them a 20. Oh, it's 23. Hold on. It's a little bit more than I thought. So we're going to give them some money. And so you give them the money. If you're not careful, when they give you the money back, it can be a problem, because the money can be a carrier as well. Somebody else touched the money, it's there, it can be on there for days, they give you your change, you're not wearing gloves, you grab the money, now you've got the virus. You don't even know when you got it or how you got it or how it happened, but you have the virus. So right now, let's go ahead and do the transaction. Now, I could have paid with a credit card, same thing. If I give the credit card to anybody and they give it back and they're not wearing gloves or they're not sanitized, they can give you the virus. So there's a lot of ways you can get the virus, and you've got to be super careful. Now here, for example, he's giving me some money back. This money can have the virus. Even though he's giving it to me with gloves and all that, the money itself, somebody else could have touched it when they brought it to the store. They're giving you the change back. Now that money, this money right here, has the virus. So you can't assume anything. This money has to be sanitized. So I'm going to put this, can I have a little bag or something? I'm going to put it in a little bag. When I get home, I'm going to clean this money, because you can't take any chances. This money could make you sick because it has the virus. So for right now, normally I pay with a credit card, but I want to make a point. So I'm just going to put it in here. I'm going to take it home. When I get it home, I'm going to sanitize it. Back and forth on both sides, make it clean money. Aquí está el alcalde Miguel Pulido y les estoy hablando un poquito de qué hacer cuando van al supermercado. La virus puede estar en muchas partes, se esconde, cosas que uno ni piensa dónde van a estar. Entonces es bueno tener una máscara, también decía la persona que ellos tengan una máscara y tener guantes para no contagiarse. Cuando uno sale a comprar cosas es un gran problema. Por ejemplo, estos paquetes aquí son los chocolates muy ricos. Aquí afuera alguien puede haber tocado esto, lo regresan y ya tiene la virus. Uno lo lleva a casa, lo rompe, se lo come y al tocar esto tiene la virus. Entonces esto abrirlo con guantes y separarlo y tirar lo demás. Por aquí también, por ejemplo, tenemos una caja de cereal. Alguien pudo haber llegado, leen la caja de cereal, no les gusta, lo regresan, al regresarlo tiene la virus. Uno llega, toma la caja de cereal, se la lleva a la casa, toda la familia está tomando el cereal de la misma caja, es un problema. Mejor cuando lleguen a la casa, romper todo esto, sacar la bolsa que está adentro y usar esto y esto tirarlo, porque esto puede tener la virus. Un aguacate, la misma cosa. Alguien puede haber tocado el aguacate que estaban enfermos, lo regresan y ya tiene la virus. Uno llega, no tiene guantes, lo corta, lo toma, se lo come y ya está contagiado. Entonces hay muchas maneras que nos puede impactar esto. Ahora, aparte, el dinero. Aquí le estoy pagando al señor con un billete Él ahorita me va a dar cambio, ya le pagué hace unos minutos, pero si me da mi cambio, mira, aquí me está dando el cambio. Este dinero que viene de él hacia mí, este dinero puede tener la virus. Porque alguien tocó el dinero anteriormente, yo no sé quién. Si ellos tenían la virus, esto tiene la virus y aquí está el dinero. Entonces este dinero ahorita por el momento lo voy a meter en una bolsita. Al llegar a la casa lo voy a desinfectar porque esto puede tener la virus. Entonces uno se tiene que proteger. Entonces cuídense en todo con mucho cuidado porque no sabemos ni cómo llega la virus, nada más sabemos que es muy contagiosa y que puede estar en todas partes. Aquí esta superficie de aquí, esto lo puede tocar otra persona que está contaminada. Yo llego sin guantes, la toco, ya tengo la virus. Entonces piensen que por todas partes puede estar y por favor cuídense mucho, 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 mucho. Muchas gracias.
vas a olvidar. Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Quiero darte todo, 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 todo tu perdón. Que no sé de amar, corazón. Yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor, corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo. Y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor. Entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo perdón, yo te tengo perdón, que tengo más que eso. Yo te tengo amor, te quiero dar todo lo que quieras. Sé de amor, corazón. Sé de amor. Eres mi corazón, eres mi corazón. Yo te quiero dar amor, entiéndelo. Te quiero dar mi perdón. Sé de amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Es el alma que me dice que te siga.
han caído los esquemas de mi vida.
Are you struggling from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic? Well, the City of Santa Ana wants to help. The new Santa Ana Cares program includes free coronavirus testing for Santa Ana residents, rental assistance, help with past due utility bills, child care payment assistance for workers, grants for businesses, nonprofits, and artists, and much more. We are also bringing these resources directly to dozens of Santa Ana neighborhoods. These mobile resource centers will make it easy to get connected with the services and programs you may need during this difficult time. You will see this notice hanging on your door the day before we will be in your neighborhood to let you know we are coming. This free service is available for Santa Ana residents only, and all participants must wear a face covering when attending. To learn more about Santa Ana Cares, please visit www.santa-ana.org/cares or call the CARES hotline at 714-667-CARE.
Hi, my name is Brian Sternberg. I'm the Library Services Director here at the City of Santa Ana. I'm here today to tell you a little bit about some of the new and exciting programs, services, and offerings we have at the New Hope Branch Library. The Santa Ana Public Library is excited to begin offering curbside pickup along with phone-based reference and checkout services at the New Hope Branch Library. These services will be offered 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday and allow our patrons opportunities to start utilizing the library's new and improved collections. These expanded services will launch on September 8th and will continue until both library locations are able to fully reopen to the public once COVID-19 restrictions allow. Although the Santa Ana Public Libraries are currently closed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the New Hope Library has been busy receiving a variety of great upgrades and improvements that youth and residents of all ages will be sure to enjoy. These upgrades include an improved and upgraded collection with age-appropriate content for children and young adults. New library furniture featuring designs and colors that are fun and attractive for children, youth, and their families. A media lab featuring cutting-edge technology for youth and activities along with STEAM, science, technology, reading, engineering, art, and mathematics-based programming. A dedicated professional children's librarian or full-time staff member available to offer assistance and improve services to youth and people of all ages. New exterior landscaping, sidewalks, and lighting, along with interior and exterior painting to make the facility more attractive for parents and families. Expanded service hours each week when the building is able to reopen to the public. These additional hours will offer enhanced access and services for children and their caregivers. Please visit the library's website at www.santa-ana.org/library for more information about the New Hope Branch and the many other services and programs offered through the City of Santa Ana and the Santa Ana Public Library. Thank you for joining me today on this virtual tour of the New Hope Branch Library. We look forward to seeing you on September 8th as we launch our new curbside pickup service here at New Hope.
Hi, this is Santa Ana Mayor Miguel Polito, and I want to tell you some of the things that we're doing to fight the coronavirus. One of them is we have this kit, and in this kit we have a mask. It's a Santa Ana mask. So you can put it on. It's got the city logo on there, and it's a great mask. We also have another one inside that you can give a friend or a family member or anybody who didn't get the kit. We have 100,000 of these kits. There's also hand sanitizer inside the kit. Now, how do you get a kit and what's going on? Look for this on your door. When you get this on your door hanger at home, it will say right here, it'll say when and exactly the time we're going to be in your neighborhood. So we're going to have this mobile van, mobile center, think of it, where we're going to be doing a variety of things. We're going to be handing out the test kits, the sanitizer, the masks, but also at the center, we're going to be providing information on how you get rental assistance. Now, what's that mean? That means you can qualify for up to $1,500 of rental assistance. Also, we're going to have utility assistance. Let's say you're behind on your electric bill or your gas bill or your water bill or something. You can qualify for up to $500 of rental assistance. In addition to that, let's say that you're an essential worker. You have to go work at a grocery store and you don't have any assistance to help take care of the kids. Per household, per week, we're going to give up to $100 to help people with child care. In addition to that, at these mobile centers, we're going to have free testing for COVID testing. Also, on weekends at the college, Santa College, we're going to be doing free testing as well every weekend at the college. Go online, you can look all this up, it's right there. And on the masks, we're giving out 200,000 masks in total because we're doing 100,000 kits. There's 2 masks per kit. And that won't be the end of it, but we really need to mask up. If we mask up, we're going to beat this virus. I know of a case where the whole family got it, except one individual that kept wearing his mask in the house, opened the window, put up a sheet, try to protect himself. The family is now recovered, but he never got it. And he never got it because he masked up. And that's not uncommon. Masks really work. It's a big, big, big reduction. So if you have any questions, just go online at City Hall. We'll have all this information. I want you to look for these because these are going to be on your front door. And also the people that come to your front door and that are out there, they're going to be wearing these t-shirts. And, there's Santa Ana ambassadors. And Santa Ana Cares. And these are the ambassador t-shirts that people are going to be wearing. So let's do this together. Our numbers are up, but the rate is down. We're over 8,000 people now in the city that are sick and 208 that have died, but the rate of increase is not as high anymore. So keep wearing the masks. We're going to get this under control. So let's move forward together, Santa Ana. Thank you very much. Hola, les habla el alcalde de Santa Ana, Miguel Pulido, y les quiero decir que estamos haciendo un programa aquí para ayudar con todo lo de la coronavirus. Busquen esto enfrente de su casa, en la puerta de su casa, y les va a decir claramente cuándo, exactamente qué día y a qué hora vamos a estar en su vecindad. Ahora, ¿qué quiere decir eso? Eso quiere decir que vamos a estar allí para varias cosas. Les vamos a dar uno de estos paquetes. ¿Y estos paquetes qué tienen? Tienen adentro una máscara que dice básicamente Santana, entonces la pueden utilizar. Tienen otra máscara también para ustedes o para alguien en la casa o cualquiera familiar o amigo que tengan. Aparte, para limpiarse un poquito las manos, traerlo con ustedes. Aquí está poquito de este elemento con alcohol para quitarse la virus. Pero aparte de eso, con este programa vamos a estar haciendo varias cosas. Va a venir un vehículo móvil con un chorro de gente a darles ayuda directo a las vecindades. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Digamos están atrasados en la renta. Vamos a estar dando ayuda hasta $1,500 por casa para ayudar con esos pagos retrasados. También digamos que se atrasaron en la luz o en el gas o lo que sea. $500 para ayudarles con las utilidades, digamos. Digamos que tiene que trabajar, o tiene que trabajar en un restaurante o lo que sea y tiene los niños, ¿qué hace con los niños? Vamos a dar $100 por semana para ayudar a que cuiden a los niños. Aparte de eso, dentro de estos vehículos que vienen de vecindad por vecindad, vamos a estar haciendo pruebas gratis de la virus. Entonces, cuando lleguen, aprovechen. También, ya les dije, dentro de este paquete vienen las mascarillas. Utilícenlas. ¿Por qué? Porque salvan vidas. Me contaron de una historia, hablé con otro señor también que tuvo la misma historia. Él utilizando máscaras paró la virus, aunque a toda la familia le dio la virus. Entonces, dentro de la casa también se pueden proteger mientras pasa esta ola. Por esta ola es una ola fuerte. Hasta ahorita llegamos más de 8,000 casos aquí en Santana y tenemos más de 200 muertos, gente que ya se ha muerto. Entonces es una cosa real, hay que tomarla en serio. Pero con las mascarillas y este programa que estamos haciendo, todo lo que estamos ofreciendo, vamos a salir adelante. Y cuando vean esto, van a ver gente con camisetas así, que dice Santa Ana Cares, que a Santa Ana le importa. Cuando ven las camisetas son los voluntarios, son las personas que están trabajando para ayudarnos con este programa. Entonces empiecen a buscar eso, empezamos ya en unos días y como les digo, vamos a ir de vecindad en vecindad hasta llegarle a todo lo que podamos aquí en la ciudad, todo el centro de la ciudad seguro. Entonces adelante, con ganas, juntos vamos a salir de esto y ahorita les puedo decir que aunque ha subido mucho los números, con las mascarillas últimamente está bajando. Estamos creciendo pero menos rápido. Está bajando ese índice y pronto lo vamos a tumbar, vamos a llevarlo hasta mero abajo donde tenemos que estar. Que Dios los bendiga y vamos a darle con ganas. Muchas gracias.
Que han caído los esquemas de mi vida.
vas a olvidar. Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Quiero darte todo tu perdón. Que no sé de amar, corazón. Yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor, corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo. Y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor. Entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo perdón, yo te tengo perdón, yo tengo más que eso. Yo te tengo amor, te quiero dar todo lo que tú quieras. Sé de amar, corazón. Sé de amar. Eres mi corazón, eres mi corazón. Yo te quiero dar amor, entiéndelo. Te quiero dar mi perdón. Sé de amar. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Es el alma que me dice que te siga.
Right now, across Orange County, you are needed.
Right now, the call goes out for you to step up and help your neighbor.
From the beaches to the city, we all play a part in protecting each other.
Wearing your mask is a simple way to show your family, your friends, your community that you care.
Because when you keep the safety of others in mind, it inspires them to think of you too.
So please, take a mask with you when you're out and about, and remember to stay at least 6 feet apart from others.
When we do our part, we help prevent the spread of coronavirus. When we do our part, we spread a movement of collective consideration for our community.
Right now,
it's time to come together as one.
And work together to build a better tomorrow.
when we work together, we are stronger.
We need each other like no other time in history.
Right now, it's time to stand together.
We need you.
We need you.
We need you to stand up. Put on your mask.
And tell your neighbor,
I've got you.
I've got you.
I've got you.
And no matter how tough it gets,
We will come back stronger
because we did it together.
The Santa Ana Family Justice Center is a partnership between the Santa Ana Police Department and 17 local organizations designed to help survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, human trafficking, and elder abuse. The center is designed to be a safe space for people coming in to seek services. We have our children's room for those who come in with children. This room is equipped with toys, books, and a play area for children to play and stay entertained. We also have our soft intake room. This room was designed to make survivors feel safe and comfortable while telling their stories to our domestic violence advocates. Survivors are connected to the resources they may need, which can include restraining orders, shelters, counseling, legal services, and many more. All services provided are free of cost. The Santa Ana Family Justice Center is located inside the Santa Ana Police Department and is open to those seeking services regardless of age, gender, sexual orientation, or immigration status. The center is open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Hi, this is Santa Ana Mayor Miguel Polito, and I just want to tell you that there's some flyers that are out there telling you not to answer the census. They're basically saying that it's an immigration ploy, that you're going to be deported. I just want you to know that is false. It is not true. I don't know who's putting it out, but whoever's putting it out, they're trying to hurt this community. They're trying to suppress the census count. That means we won't get as much money for education, for housing, for transportation. We'll be an undercounted community. And it's very dangerous because the census is once every 10 years. And people that do this are people that are trying to bring our numbers down, at least in a fictitious manner. In reality, people are here. But what matters is who is officially counted. So don't believe any false advertising like that. If you see it, if you see somebody putting it up, take a picture, send it to us, let us investigate and put a stop to it. But while we're doing that, just please tell folks that it's false. Don't believe it. Know that the best thing is for us to have accurate numbers so we get our fair share of money. Thank you very much.
It's all about power.
And money. Almost $700 billion per year.
And it only happens once every 10 years.
It directly impacts our representation in government.
And the money that goes to
our schools,
our housing,
our neighborhood programs,
our lives.
So what is it?
A population count of America.
But it's much more than that.
It's the basis of distributing power and money.
From the government to our communities.
The unfortunate part is that a lot of us are not counted.
It's up to us to change that.
When we aren't counted, our communities don't get their fair share.
For each person not counted,
that community loses over $100,000.
For a household or a family of 5. But we can change it.
When the census comes in the mail,
fill it out. Don't throw it out.
Or do it online.
And make sure to count everyone in the household.
Little ones too.
The census begins in 2020.
Most households will get a postcard in the mail next March.
Telling them it's census time.
And we're required to fill it out.
This count will determine how many Congress members each state will get.
And to draw new congressional maps in 2021.
It's also used to draw maps for basically every level of government.
From the state legislature to school boards.
So this is a huge opportunity for us
to make a positive impact on our communities.
It's critical that we are all counted.
So go ahead.
Take the pledge.
Pledge to be counted.
Because there's too much at stake not to.
I count.
Yo cuento.
Yo cuento.
I count.
Yo cuento.
Yo cuento.
We count.
We count.
We count.
We count.
We count.
Santa Ana counts.
Santana cuenta.
Santa Ana counts.
Santa Ana counts.
In 2020, you count. Santa Ana counts.
Hi, this is Santa Ana Mayor Miguel Polito, and I want to tell you some of the things that we're doing to fight the coronavirus. One of them is we have this kit, and in this kit we have a mask. It's a Santa Ana mask. So you can put it on. It's got the city logo on there, and it's a great mask. We also have another one inside that you can give a friend or a family member or anybody who didn't get the kit. We have 100,000 of these kits. There's also hand sanitizer inside the kit. Now, how do you get a kit and what's going on? Look for this on your door. When you get this on your door hanger at home, it will say right here, it'll say when and exactly the time we're going to be in your neighborhood. So we're going to have this mobile van, mobile center, think of it, where we're going to be doing a variety of things. We're going to be handing out the test kits, the sanitizer, the masks, but also at the center, we're going to be providing information on how you get rental assistance. Now, what's that mean? That means you can qualify for up to $1,500 of rental assistance. Also, we're going to have utility assistance. Let's say you're behind on your electric bill or your gas bill or your water bill or something. You can qualify for up to $500 of rental assistance. In addition to that, let's say that you're an essential worker. You have to go work at a grocery store and you don't have any assistance to help take care of the kids. Per household, per week, we're going to give up to $100 to help people with child care. In addition to that, at these mobile centers, we're going to have free testing for COVID testing. Also, on weekends at the college, Santa College, we're going to be doing free testing as well every weekend at the college. Go online, you can look all this up, it's right there. And on the masks, we're giving out 200,000 masks in total because we're doing 100,000 kits. There's 2 masks per kit. And that won't be the end of it, but we really need to mask up. If we mask up, we're going to beat this virus. I know of a case where the whole family got it, except one individual that kept wearing his mask in the house, opened the window, put up a sheet, try to protect himself. The family is now recovered, but he never got it. And he never got it because he masked up. And that's not uncommon. Masks really work. It's a big, big, big reduction. So if you have any questions, just go online at City Hall. We'll have all this information. I want you to look for these because these are going to be on your front door. And also the people that come to your front door and that are out there, they're going to be wearing these t-shirts. And, there's Santa Ana ambassadors. Santa Ana ambassadors. And Santa Ana Cares. And these are the ambassador t-shirts that people are going to be wearing. So let's do this together. Our numbers are up, but the rate is down. We're over 8,000 people now in the city that are sick and 208 that have died, but the rate of increase is not as high anymore. So keep wearing the masks. We're going to get this under control. So let's move forward together, Santa Ana. Thank you very much.
El Centro de Justicia Familiar de Santa Ana es una asociación entre el Departamento de Policía de Santa Ana y 17 organizaciones locales diseñadas para ayudar a los sobrevivientes de violencia doméstica, agresión sexual, abuso infantil, trata de personas y abuso de adultos mayores. El centro está diseñado para ser un espacio seguro para las personas que vienen a buscar servicios. Tenemos el cuarto familiar para aquellos que vengan con niños. Este cuarto está equipado con juguetes, libros y una área de juegos para que los niños jueguen y se entretengan. También tenemos nuestra sala de entrevistas, cual fue diseñada para que los sobrevivientes se sientan seguros y cómodos mientras cuentan sus historias a nuestros defensores de la violencia doméstica. Los sobrevivientes están conectados a los recursos que puedan ocupar como órdenes de restricción, refugio, asesoramiento, servicio legal y muchos más. Todos los servicios prestados son gratuitos. El Centro de Justicia Familiar de Santa Ana está ubicado dentro del Departamento de Policía de Santa Ana y está abierto a aquellos que busquen servicios independientemente de su edad, sexo, orientación sexual o estado migratorio. El centro está abierto de lunes a viernes de 8 a 5 de la tarde.
Hola, les habla el alcalde de Santa Ana, Miguel Pulido. Les quiero decir que sé que hay unos volantes que básicamente dicen cuidado, que no cooperen con el census, que en serio es un esquema, una trampa, algo para trabajar con inmigración y deportar a gente. Les quiero decir que eso es completamente falso. No sé quién lo está haciendo, pero es alguien para tratar de que la gente no participe en el census. Eso es muy peligroso. ¿Por qué? Porque se nos baja la población en una manera ficticia, pero se baja. Entonces, como ciudad no recibimos el dinero federal que necesitamos recibir para poder trabajar en todos los temas que trabajamos. Vivienda, transportación, educación, etcétera. Entonces, por favor, si ven algo así, repórtenlo, hablen a aquel ciudad, repórtenlo, pero quiero que sepan que no es verdad, no es cierto. Yo creo que es gente que quiere que no participemos, es gente que quiere que no tengamos voz, es gente que quiere que no progresemos. Por eso les digo, por favor, participen en el census y no crean cosas como esa que son cosas falsas. Gracias y adelante a darle con ganas.
Tiene que ver con poder.
¿Y dinero?
Casi 700 billones de dólares por año.
Y solamente ocurre una vez cada 10 años.
Impacta directamente nuestra representación en el gobierno.
¿Y el dinero que va hacia?
Nuestras comunidades.
Nuestras escuelas.
Nuestras viviendas.
Nuestras vidas.
¿Y entonces qué es?
El censo.
Un conteo de la población de los Estados Unidos. Pero es mucho más que eso.
Es la base de distribución de poder y dinero.
Del gobierno a nuestras comunidades.
La parte desafortunada es que muchos de nosotros no somos contados.
Y depende de nosotros para cambiarlo.
Cuando no somos contados, nuestras comunidades no reciben su parte justa.
Por cada persona que no es contada,
su comunidad pierde más de $20,000 sobre 10 años.
Para un hogar o una familia de 5.
Esa comunidad pierde más de $100,000.
Pero podemos cambiarlo.
Cuando el censo llega por correo.
Llénelo, no lo tire.
O hazlo en el internet.
Y asegúrense de contar a todos en su hogar. No tengan miedo.
El censo comienza en 2020.
La mayoría de los hogares recibirán una tarjeta postal por correo el próximo marzo,
diciéndoles que el censo ha llegado.
Y estamos obligados a completarlo.
Esta cuenta se usará para determinar cuántos congresistas recibe cada estado.
Y para dibujar nuevas mapas del Congreso en 2021.
También se usa para dibujar mapas para básicamente todos los niveles del gobierno.
De la legislatura estatal al consejo escolar.
Entonces, esta es una gran oportunidad para nosotros.
Para tener impacto positivo en nuestras comunidades.
es crítico que todos seamos contados.
Así que adelante.
Haz la promesa.
Promete de ser contado.
Porque hay demasiado en juego para no participar.
Yo cuento.
Yo cuento.
Yo cuento.
Yo cuento.
Contamos.
Contamos. Contamos.
Contamos.
Contamos.
Santa Ana cuenta.
Santa Ana cuenta. Santa Ana cuenta.
Santa Ana cuenta.
Santa Ana cuenta.
En 2020, cuentas. Santa Ana cuenta.
Hola, les habla el alcalde de Santa Ana, Miguel Pulido, y les quiero decir que estamos haciendo un programa aquí para ayudar con todo lo de la coronavirus. Busquen esto enfrente de su casa, en la puerta de su casa, y les va a decir claramente cuándo, exactamente qué día y a qué hora vamos a estar en su vecindad. Ahora, ¿qué quiere decir eso? Eso quiere decir que vamos a estar allí para varias cosas. Les vamos a dar uno de estos paquetes. ¿Y estos paquetes qué tienen? Tienen adentro una máscara que dice básicamente Santa Ana. entonces la pueden utilizar. Tienen otra máscara también para ustedes o para alguien en la casa o cualquiera familiar o amigo que tengan. Aparte, para limpiarse un poquito las manos, traerlo con ustedes. Aquí está poquito de este elemento con alcohol para quitarse la virus. Pero aparte de eso, con este programa vamos a estar haciendo varias cosas. Va a venir un vehículo móvil con un chorro de gente a darles ayuda directo a las vecindades. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Digamos están atrasados en la renta. Vamos a estar dando ayuda hasta $1,500 por casa para ayudar con esos pagos retrasados. También digamos que se atrasaron en la luz o en el gas o lo que sea. $500 para ayudarles con las utilidades, digamos. Digamos que tiene que trabajar o si tiene que trabajar en un restaurante o lo que sea y tiene los niños, ¿qué hace con los niños? Vamos a dar $100 por semana para ayudar a que cuiden a los niños. Aparte de eso, dentro de estos vehículos que vienen de vecindad por vecindad, vamos a estar haciendo pruebas gratis de la virus. Entonces, cuando lleguen, aprovechen. También, ya les dije, dentro de este paquete vienen las mascarillas. Utilícenlas. ¿Por qué? Porque salvan vidas. Me contaron de una historia, hablé con otro señor también que tuvo la misma historia. Él utilizando máscaras paró la virus, aunque a toda la familia le dio la virus. Entonces, dentro de la casa también se pueden proteger mientras pasa esta ola. Por esta ola es una ola fuerte. Hasta ahorita llegamos más de 8,000 casos aquí en Santa Ana. Y tenemos más de 200 muertos, gente que ya se ha muerto. Entonces es una cosa real, hay que tomarla en serio. Pero con las mascarillas y este programa que estamos haciendo, todo lo que estamos ofreciendo, vamos a salir adelante. Y cuando vean esto, van a ver gente con camisetas así, que dice Santa Ana Cares, que a Santa Ana le importa. Cuando ven las camisetas son los voluntarios, son las personas que están trabajando para ayudarnos con este programa. Entonces empiecen a buscar eso, empezamos ya en unos días y como les digo, vamos a ir de vecindad en vecindad hasta llegarle a todo lo que podamos aquí en la ciudad, todo el centro de la ciudad seguro. Entonces adelante, con ganas, juntos vamos a salir de esto y ahorita les puedo decir que aunque ha subido mucho los números, con las mascarillas últimamente está bajando. Estamos creciendo pero menos rápido. Está bajando ese índice y pronto lo vamos a tumbar, vamos a llevarlo hasta mero abajo donde tenemos que estar. Que Dios los bendiga y vamos a darle con ganas. Muchas gracias.
Daisy, I'm here. This is Vince.
Councilmember Gonzalez, the count, please. They're good. It's just on the cell phone. Okay. So those on the cell phone will be
Madam Clerk, Mayor Polito here.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a quorum. If you want to start, could start with roll call when you're ready.
Yes, go ahead.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Here.
Councilmember Sarmiento.
Here.
Councilmember Solorio.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas.
Here.
And Mayor Pulido.
Here.
Thank you,
With
Mayor.
that, do you want to make the announcement well, first let me ask the city attorney, is there anything, to report out of closed session, please?
Mayor, council, and members of the public, we have one item of reportable action. The action is that the council unanimously authorized the filing of litigation against the Sunland Motel to alleviate nuisance conditions on the property. That's all the reportable action I have.
Anything on the other item that I think is going to be continued, or should I take that up later?
Staff will recommend that we pull consent calendar item, getting you the number, pursuant to direction provided to the city council, to the city attorney in closed session. 55B. The recommendation is to pull item 55B, pursuant to direction given to the city attorney. Also by unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that, Madam Clerk, can you see who from the public wants to address us today and take comment, please?
I'm sorry, Mayor. So we're beginning with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, everybody, please stand. Ready? Begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. Heather Riley, our police chaplain, are you present, and can you give us our invocation, please?
Absolutely, sir. Holy God, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help the council members to engage in meaningful discussion and allow an opportunity to grow closer as a group and nurture the bonds of community. Would you fill each one with your grace as they serve our community? May the city of Santa Ana's resources be used wisely and well. Additionally, may they be used to fairly represent all members of our community. Let this council make decisions that promote the common good. As trusted servants, we seek blessings on our deliberations and on our efforts here today. In your name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Thank you for that. Now I want to turn our attention to three proclamations. And I want to ask Mayor Pro Tem to assist me on this one. I know he sits on the Fire Authority Board of Directors. And my proclamation or presentation basically names the week of October 4th through 10th as Fire Prevention Week. And especially at these times when we're seeing, 10,000 lightning strikes and so many fires up and down California in particular that, the sun doesn't even shine on many days, and we can't even breathe the air because the quality is so atrocious. I think we have to thank our firefighters for all the great work that they do, and also very importantly, fire prevention. And this week that we're proclaiming right now, or proclaiming, is Fire Prevention Week. So whether it's different forest management or having fire breaks, and here at home, fortunately we haven't had a major structural fire in many years. But fire sprinklers and materials on roofs and all those different elements. So I'd like to offer the fire chief an opportunity to speak, but before that, Mayor Pro Tem, because you're on that fire authority, would you like to say a few words, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I'd like to add to the Fire Prevention Week that a lot of fires start within the kitchen here in Orange County. There have been 87 fires, and they started in the kitchen. 17 of them were in the oven. Fire is something that we don't like to play with. We have to take it very serious. We have to be very responsible. It affects everyone. We want to make sure that we educate our families to be cautious in the kitchen and with any other kind of open flame, actions that we might be taking, like barbecuing or a fire pit. And we just want to make sure we use common sense and good judgment when we're doing that. We have Fire Chief Jim Henry here from OCFA, who will say a couple of words. Chief.
Thank you, Mayor and Honorable Council, for this opportunity to accept the proclamation declaring October 4th through the 10th National Fire Prevention Week. Just like everybody has said, we are seeing an unprecedented number of fires that have occurred in the state, and this year we've exceeded our number of acres burned. Last year was 2 million, this year we're at 4 million, with over 30 lives lost, including a couple of firefighters. So thank you, and if we can remind the public to check your smoke detectors, make sure they work, and if you don't have a smoke detector, you can reach out to us and we'll provide one to your home at no cost. And just remember, the number of cause of fires is usually unattended. So thank you again, and accept this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Henry. We appreciate your leadership here in the City of Santa Ana. And on behalf of the City of Santa Ana, thank you for accepting the proclamation for Fire Week, Fire Prevention Week. And Mr. Mayor, if I can continue, the next
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. You have the next proclamation.
Thank you. Next proclamation is going to be presented by Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. And I'd like to present this following proclamation in recognition of Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week on behalf of Mayor Pro Tem Villegas, the mayor, and the rest of the City Council, and the residents, really, of the City of Santa Ana, because we all know how appreciative and necessary code enforcement is in our city. I'd like to recognize the team here at the city. Very short-staffed, personally, but they do so much with the limited resources they have, and I'm very proud of them. Code enforcement officers provide for the safety, health, and welfare of citizens and communities through the state of California, through the enforcement of laws and ordinances dealing with various issues of building, zoning, housing, animal control, environmental, health, and life safety. Code enforcement is able to keep our community safe. The job of a code enforcement officer is challenging and demanding, and often they do not receive recognition for the roles they play within the community, improving the quality of life for both residents and businesses. Code enforcement officers are dedicated, highly qualified, and highly trained professionals who share the goals of preventing neighborhood deterioration, enhancing communities, ensuring safety, and preserving property values. Today, the City of Santa Ana recognizes and honors the code enforcement officers that serve our community and acknowledge their roles in leading the way to improve the quality of life within our community. And here at the City of Santa Ana, our code enforcement operations fall under the Planning and Building Department. The code enforcement team is led by Alvaro, who does a phenomenal job, again, at running his department, and of course, at the direction of our Executive Director of Planning and Building, Mintai, and Christine Ridge, the City Manager. And I know that the last month or two, our code enforcement officers have been out in our community, engaging them as part of the CARES team, providing, PPE equipment, rental assistance, bill assistance, utilities, and all kinds of different assistance. And they're out there meeting our residents and really helping them. So I'd like to invite the Executive Director of Planning and Building, Mintai, and the Code Enforcement Manager, Alvaro, to say a few words.
Thank you, Councilman Penaloza, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, and the entire City Council. I just want to say I'm very proud to work with such a hard-working team. Our code enforcement officer in Alvaro, I would have to say, without a doubt, is the best code enforcement division I've ever worked with in my career. I call them the Swiss Army knife of City Hall. Whatever you need, Alvaro's there. Whatever you need, Alvaro's going to do. Whether it's at night, on the weekend, their team is always there. So I'm very proud to be a part of this team and to accept this on their behalf because they are a very hard-working team. So thank you. Alvaro, want to say something?
No, just thank you.
Thank you for that. I believe we have one more presentation. Councilmember Becerra, please.
And thank you, gentlemen, and for understanding on the social distancing. So thank everyone.
Yeah. Really quick, I just want to point out that I can't emphasize how hardworking our code enforcement department is. I get, a lot of them live in Santa Ana, which is always appreciated, and I get phone calls on Saturday at like 10 p.m. and it's like, hey, Councilman Penaloza, I drove past that commercial building you made reference to, and I'm like, why are you doing this on a Saturday? Like, why aren't you off? Don't you have a family? Like, well, yeah, but I went to the grocery store and stopped by. And that is how committed our code enforcement officers are, and I'm appreciative. So thank you.
Councilor Becerra, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that the proclamation that I gave out was actually done via video a couple days earlier.
Well done, you're raising the bar.
Filipino American History Month. Filipino Americans make up one of the largest Asian American ethnic groups here in the United States today. The contributions of Filipino Americans have enhanced the freedom, prosperity, and greatness that America continues to enjoy. Filipino Americans worked in the fields of the Central Valley and later collaborated with their Mexican colleagues to form the United Farm Workers. There, they fought for better wages and working conditions for all farm workers. During World War II, more than 260,000 Filipino and Filipino American soldiers answered the call to duty and bravely fought for and defended our country. Many Filipino Americans paid the ultimate sacrifice defending America. In December 2016, the Filipino Veterans of World War II Congressional Gold Medal Act was unanimously passed by Congress and later signed into law. Filipino Americans have also made wonderful contributions to America's culinary palate, whether it's adobo, pancit, sinigang, or my favorite, lumpia. Now, I appreciate this opportunity to highlight Filipino Americans and their significance here in the United States and locally. As the first person of Filipino heritage to be elected to the Santa Ana City Council, it is an honor to have this opportunity to present this proclamation to Joseph, the President of the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce right here in Orange County. And this proclamation is on behalf of the City of Santa Ana, recognizing October as Filipino American History Month. Thank you.
Is the presentation over? Or?
Council member?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, now let's go to comments from the general public. I think that's the next item on the agenda. So if you could please conduct that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. There are speakers ready to provide their comments. Before unmuting the callers in the order received, I'll report out the following summary of emails provided as of today. We had received 4 Santa Ana residents and 1 residency not disclosed for 19D in support. 55B, closed session 1C and 1D, rescinding the resolution provided by one public comment in opposition for voting participation due to conflict of interest. And then we received non-agenda vote no on Prop 16, 5 residency not disclosed, and then 1 Santa Ana resident requesting for better energy sources for consumers, and 1 Santa Ana business requesting to extend commercial eviction moratorium through March 2021. And that's all of the emails that we received. Caller with the last 3 numbers, or Chase Russell, please dial *6 to unmute yourself, and you may begin.
Hey, Daisy. I just want to confirm, did you say that 55B was taken off of the agenda for tonight?
That is correct.
Gotcha. Well, I guess don't have much to say then.
Thank you. Caller with the last 3 numbers, 655. Dial *6 to unmute yourself, and you may begin to speak.
Yeah, my name is Venancio Chávez. And, buenas tardes, señores concejales y personas que me escuchan. Mi nombre es Venancio Chávez y hoy estoy hablando en esta sesión porque estoy asombrado cómo los candidatos presentan sus propuestas para ganar la alcaldía. Primero que nada, la mayoría de ustedes hablan de bienestar y seguridad de la comunidad. Sin embargo, sus propuestas son solo propuestas de políticos demagogos que solo quieren la alcaldía. Piensan que la comunidad es tonta y que no sabemos que lo único que a ustedes les interesa es el poder. Por ejemplo, al señor Solorio no quiere servir a la comunidad, sino servirse de la comunidad. Por ejemplo, al señor Solorio no trabaja en proyectos de construcción, sino que quiere traer más habitaciones para gente rica, sabiendo que Santa Ana es una de las ciudades que más población tiene por milla cuadrada. El señor Solorio no le interesa terminar con la drogadicción, sino facilitar el negocio de dispensarios de marihuana. Adivine qué, señor Solorio, los que compran legal o ilegalmente marihuana no se la fuman en la privacidad de sus casas, sino en las calles de nuestros vecindarios, y la gran mayoría son menores de edad. Durante el tiempo que han estado sentados en esas sillas, han aumentado los asaltos a casas habitación y a vehículos de trabajo. La crisis de los amparados va en aumento. Por último, drogadictos y enfermos mentales se pasean por nuestro vecindario sin ninguna restricción. Al señor Solorio no le interesan las viviendas accesibles porque en su propuesta política no habla de eso. Al señor Solorio tampoco le interesa la seguridad de la comunidad y miente al decir que durante su tiempo como concejal se ha reducido el tiempo de espera cuando uno llama al 911. Y si no me creen, el sábado pasado 3 de octubre como a las 12 del mediodía, mi hijo llamó al 911 porque el mismo sujeto que me golpeó en meses pasados estuvo a punto de agredirme nuevamente, y adivinen qué, la policía se presentó 5 horas después. Para la comunidad no es tonta, y un buen candidato, o mejor dicho, el menos malo, es aquel que no miente a la comunidad, que apoya la vivienda accesible, que no trae negocios de drogadicción a la comunidad, y lo más importante, no recibe dinero para sus campañas y apoyo del sindicato de la policía, y así exigir a la policía que haga su trabajo. Por último, señores votantes, salgan a votar y no se dejen engañar por políticos que no les interesa el bienestar de Santa Ana, pero sin
Gracias.
embargo traen
Tu llamada
la
ya
escuelita de su
acabada.
antecesor.
Su tiempo acabado. Gracias. Our interpreter, we only have one other caller, while our interpreter is coming to the council chamber, so we can unmute the next caller. That is John Landis. You have 3 minutes. You may proceed to speak.
Hi, I'm speaking in regards to the commercial housing moratorium with the city. Prior to the end of last month, the city had in place both residential and commercial eviction moratoriums to protect both residents and businesses from being evicted for failure to pay rent during the period of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's something that also had been passed on the state level and has currently been extended for residential, and also the state has approved for cities and counties to extend it for commercial. And I would just like to speak in support of the city considering extending the commercial housing moratorium, because businesses are still unfortunately affected, as are residents, by the COVID-19 pandemic and its associated economic impacts, also impacts in terms of getting build outs done, construction work, planning, permitting. All of those have been adversely affected as a result of COVID-19. And unfortunately, as we all know, as we are on a Zoom call currently, rather than to gathering in person, COVID-19 is unfortunately still with us. And I hope, obviously, we all hope that we will have a vaccine or, better options for dealing with the pandemic, or better policies maybe in place on some levels. But until that's the case, we're still dealing with it. I would just like to say that, for any business, including businesses that I work with that have, are in a situation where they're unable to operate, unable to generate revenue, unable to be doing what they would normally be doing because of the pandemic, the ability to not be evicted if we can't economically pay rent during this period is very helpful, and also protects tenants from abusive landlords or landlords trying to profiteer off a global pandemic by trying to evict tenants and possibly take over their businesses, or otherwise adversely negatively impact their tenants to exploit this terrible tragedy that we're all dealing with. So I would just like to recommend that the city consider, as the state has allowed cities to continue doing, to potentially extend that moratorium a little further until we have a better situation, hopefully, city, county, state, nationally, with regards to COVID-19. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor, that is all the... Oh, I'm sorry. Sister's here to interpret the last caller.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council and Mayor. My name is Venancio Chavez, and I'm surprised by all the political proposals that are out there from the politicians. They promise well-being and safety for the community, and many people are just demagogues and politicians. They're just vying for the mayorship, and they are just seeking for their own power. And an example of this is Mr. Solorio, who does not want to serve the community, but he wants to serve himself by the community. He doesn't want more construction projects, but he wants to more rich people to come into our city. And he doesn't understand that Santa Ana's population is the largest per square mile, and he doesn't want to end the drug use. He wants to increase the dispensaries. And I'll have you know that buyers who buy marijuana do not go into the safety and privacy of their homes and smoke. They smoke in our streets and our neighborhoods. And now crime has increased, robberies and theft, and homelessness has increased. The drug users is up, and the drug users are walking our streets. Mr. Solorio doesn't want more affordable housing. He says he wants safety of our community. Mr. Solorio says that the 911 response time is reduced, but as an example, last Saturday my son called 911 because the person that attacked me a few months ago came back to attack me, and the 911 response was 5 hours later. The community is not dumb. We just want the lesser of the evils. We just want people who do not hurt our community, and people who are not taking money from the police. So go out and vote this November 3rd.
Okay, Mayor, that was the last comment.
All right, I'm now going to direct our attention to the consent calendar. And I have, out of an abundance of caution, I will not be voting on item 25B. It's a contract with Illumination Foundation. I may be on their board in the future, and I don't want to have any appearance of a conflict. So any other items that council members want to pull? Or
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull item 25A.
25A, yep. Please let's note that. Any other items?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to, this is Councilmember Peñalosa, I'd like to pull item 20E and 55B.
Please note that, Madam Clerk. Any other items?
Mayor, so 55B has been continued to the next meeting.
Thank you.
Correct. Okay. So, please, thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Mayor,
if there's no more items, I'll entertain a motion on the balance.
Make a motion to approve the balance.
Well, actually, real quick, Mr. Mayor, this is Councilmember Becerra.
Yes.
I'm going to join Councilmember Peñalosa in asking that we pull item 20E.
20 what, Councilmember?
E. As an elephant.
Got it.
Yes.
Thank you. So with that, I have a motion on the balance. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento?
Aye.
Councilmember Solorio?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Pulido?
Yes.
Motion carries.
What was the first item pulled, Madam Clerk?
20E.
Thank you,
By
Mr.
Councilmember
Peñalosa and Councilmember Becerra.
Go ahead. You guys decide who goes first.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Becerra here. I just wanted to ask staff in regards to this item. So, well, first I just want to say it's always nice to see us increase funding towards, things that a city government is actually supposed to be doing, such as, sidewalk repair. And on this particular item, I just want to get a little clarification. So I know during the budget process, we were able to allocate an additional $500,000 towards sidewalk repair. So I just wanted to understand, so this $275,000 that we're carrying over from the special gas tax, I'm looking at it, maybe I'm not seeing the math correctly, but it looks like we're increasing, or it's an increase up to $600,000 for the contract with this particular contractor. I wanted to understand if the $500,000 was a part of this calculation.
Yes, thank you, Council Member. It is a part of the calculation, and I will also defer to Executive Director Nabil Saba if he wants to add any more. But if you do look in the staff report in the fiscal impact, you can see where the special gas tax of $250 is added with the general fund dollars.
So just to be clear then, so the $500,000 was what we allocated during the budget process. That was that additional $500,000.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the overall then, total then with the $500,000 plus the $250 we're carrying over, and then it looks like another additional $100,000, so we're at the $850.
That's correct.
Okay.
There is additional 500,000 that will come second phase of this. We have $1 million. So this is the first 500,000, followed by another 500,000 coming once this phase is complete.
Okay, so it would bring us up to 1.5.
That's correct.
Okay, and then I also see in this, the attachment here, it looks like we, in order to really get our sidewalks up to a respectable condition, we would need to, as we go forward, look at least $1.5 million for the next 5 years.
That is correct.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have a motion?
Really quick, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to comment.
Go ahead, I forgot about you. Go ahead.
It's okay. I just wanted to thank staff for working on this and bringing this forward, and thank my colleague, Councilmember Becerra, for his efforts during the budget process in trying to get, as much funding allocated to this much-needed area of the city that, we often overlook. I know that just over the last month or two, I've personally seen a lot of the work being done and completed along our city, throughout our city. Most of the recent concrete work was completed in the Henninger and French Park neighborhoods, which is in my district, so I'm very appreciative of that. I know that there was also work completed in Memorial Park, and there's some coming to Windsor Park and the Windsor neighborhood, as well as Thornton Park and Fairbridge Square, which is very important to make sure that we highlight this work that's going into our crumbling sidewalks, because they really are crumbling, and everywhere I churn, I feel like it's just worse and worse. We are an aging and old city, so any dollar that we could invest towards these areas is much appreciated. Just to put it into perspective, I know that the total cost of all the sidewalk repairs needed in the city is upwards of $8 million. Is that correct, Madam City Manager?
You are correct, sir.
So, when you look at this, this is only $850,000 that we're moving, it's an eighth of the amount of work, less than an eighth, needed to assure that all of our sidewalks are addressed. So moving forward as a city, like my colleague mentioned, this is something when you think of what a local government, a city is responsible for, is to make sure that our residents have a good street to drive on, a good sidewalk to walk on, some good parks to run in, and those are the basics in public safety. So it's important that we focus on our infrastructure, which I'm happy to see more items like this. I hope we see more of them as we go on. I know that's going to come at during the budgeting process and grants and gas taxes and whatnot, but happy to see this. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve item 20E.
And I'll second that.
Mr. Mayor,
Roll call vote unless there's more comments.
Mr. Mayor, I have some brief comments. I want to
Go ahead.
commend our staff, city manager's office, and public works for putting this together. I think the idea of regular reviews to see if there are public works dollars, some of them are use it or lose it, or sometimes there's neighboring work that you can do while a contractor's still there. So I appreciate when staff does come back at mid-year points for things like this. It's awesome. Also, I appreciate and want to continue to encourage when we could do street and water projects together, because sometimes we need to rip up a street for a water or sewer project, and if we could team that with a transportation project, that's even better. And then third, sometimes making these improvements even on sidewalks, we're talking about several hundreds of $1,000s here, but sometimes they save us millions in liability reduction, because we have one or two big lawsuits a year where somebody trips on a sidewalk or gets hurt on a sidewalk, and then we're paying legal bills sometimes in the hundreds of thousands or millions per case. So I see this as a very good risk management practice. Related but unrelated, I know that the city is starting to look at improvements towards South Main Street. Pretty major construction. It's well needed because I think it was since I last represented Ward 1 that we gave South Main Street a good improvement, including colored sidewalks and additional trees, etc. But I do worry that too much construction all at once, given COVID and given how fragile a lot of our small businesses are, we ought to think really hard about maybe adding more community outreach support, either through the city or through the contractor, to coordinate really well with those small businesses. Because I know when work was being done on Ray Street, we were all getting, very panicked calls from residents about I can't get in and out, and South Main is also a very tight area, particularly for the small businesses and their immediacy to the residential area, so did want to share that as well. But thank you, staff, for bringing this item forward.
Any other comment? If not, roll call vote.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento?
Yes.
Councilmember Solorio?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Pulido?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Item 25B, pulled by Councilmember Solorio. I'm sorry, 25A. My apologies.
Thank you. I'll speak to that. I wanted to compliment staff for bringing this item forward. We're in the midst of COVID, still obviously. Definitely there's public health concerns, but we're also starting to see very, big economic impacts, not just to businesses, but really residents and workers as well. Santa Ana really has a strong workforce, and that means that at times like this, a lot of our residents need extra help in training or retraining. So here we have, a $2 million program with funds from federal, state, and county dollars, and we have our work center. We have other related programs, and I just want to compliment the staff for bringing this forward at a critical time. And either through a press release or through social media postings, I think to let our residents know about these job training and work opportunities is very important and very useful. I did ask staff during a break of the list of eligible training areas, whether there's opportunities to attend others or add others to the list, and apparently there's quite a bit of flexibility on that. So 25A has a good listing of all the job training sites and opportunities, but there could be more. It's very resident focused. Again, $2 million for workforce training for our local residents, and this is fantastic. Thank you so much. It's well needed in the community. With that, I'll move.
Any other comments, council members?
I'll second
Go ahead.
the motion by Solorio.
Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento?
Yes.
Councilmember Solorio?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Pulido?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item 65A, it's a report item. In this particular item,
Madam City Manager, would you like to take the lead on this?
Certainly, sir. Mayor and council members, this item before you is just to conduct a public meeting. This is as a result of the adoption of the resolution declaring the city's intent to establish a tourism marketing district. This is the next step that is needed. There is no council action to be taken tonight. It's just an opportunity for any public testimony on the establishment of the Santa Ana Tourism Marketing District and the levy of assessments pursuant to the 1994 Act.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
no, we do not. And we didn't receive any written
Council
communication.
members, would you like to make comment? Is there any comment from anybody?
None.
Not seeing any comment here, sir.
All right, so seeing no comment, then do we just receive and file, Madam City Manager? What do you recommend?
There's just no action for you to take. It's really for the public to have an opportunity to comment.
So we've already done it then by having it.
You have,
all right,
and the city
so
is...
let's go to item 85A then. Councilmember Mendoza, please. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes, here I am. On the 85A is the request for our staff to do a research on the request to oppose large trucks coming through our city and damaging our roads. As you heard earlier, we take good care of our streets, our residential streets, our main arterial fairways, and we need to take extra care that the large semis or other incredibly big and heavy vehicles do not come across the city, but rather take the alternate routes. So the proclamation, if my colleagues support it, would be in opposing such regulations. The truckers attempting to go through cities such as ours in Santa Ana. So I'd like to ask them to join me and our sister cities in making this, in signing this proclamation in support of such opposition for heavy trucks to come through our city.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Any questions from council members or comment from staff? If not, I have some questions, but any council members with questions?
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, if I may, Councilmember Mendoza, if you have any other devices on, if you would please mute the other devices so we don't receive any feedback. Thank you.
I have just... Oh, you got it? Okay.
There's some noise in the background. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Still? Is it the fan?
I think that's...
Just mute the phone when you're not speaking.
Okay.
Good, I think that's better. Questions or thoughts, members of the City Council? If not, I've got a couple questions. Let me just ask, this is basically suggesting we oppose federal legislation that would allow heavier or longer trucks on U.S. highways. Are we talking about the Santa Ana Freeway, the 405? What are we talking about, Madam City Manager? Do you know?
Certainly, Mayor. The information I do know about that is there's a coalition against bigger trucks that has reached out to local elected officials to get them to join into adopting a resolution to ban the lengthening of semis with the length of trailers attached to them. I believe their mission is it's a safety issue of a vehicle that large, and they're appealing to the local officials because those same trucks could move through local streets. But the initial focus is on federal legislation that would permit the longer trucks on federal highways.
Wouldn't the Department of Transportation check all that out, or the Public Utilities Commission? I know they spend a lot of time on brakes and safety in general. I'm just wondering, what is the effect of this going to be? Is it our jurisdiction, and aren't others going to be taking a lead on that? Any thoughts on that, please?
Mayor, I can't speak to what the federal agencies are doing or not doing. We certainly, as staff, could do further research for you if you desire.
Well, I won't be on the council much longer, but others may. I just want to understand what we're getting into and what it means. It sounds good, but it'd be good to have solid information as to as to what does this really mean? Who are we impacting and how, and what's that potentially going to be in terms of an impact to our city and our community? Maybe I don't know, maybe somebody's trying to bring in longer trucks to supply some of our, stores, our Target stores, or what, Walmart or whatever the case. I just don't know enough to say let's just do it. I want to understand. That's all.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Hi, this is Councilman Sarmiento. So, just a question, I think, for the council member and maybe for staff as well. I also think that it's probably a good idea for maybe staff to brief the council with some additional, background. I understand the premise of what the council member, I believe, is trying to do. I know that I've seen some of the discussion in other jurisdictions where where they see that there is, already heavy trucks that damage and deteriorate residential streets, when sometimes you have some of these sites that go right through a very calm and passive street versus a major arterial. So I see that there is some benefit in looking at that as well. But to the extent it could impede commerce, it could limit some of the ability to do business for many of our light industrial and heavy industrial stakeholders. That is something that we would have to consider and balance. But I know that where some communities have done it well is that they're able to try to reduce the impact to some of the neighborhood or residential streets where the trucks do really, impact and make a road repair a lot more difficult, because as we know here in the city, having a lot of heavy industrial right up against neighborhoods, you see that impact. So I would simply just ask staff if they could just provide us some additional information. I think we probably need more than what we have before us to make an informed decision. So that would be something I would request. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I think it concurs with my comments. Additional thoughts, council members? If not, why doesn't staff take that as input and maybe come back with a memo or something, and then we can decide how to proceed? Why don't we go to item 85D if we can? Councilmember Peñalosa, if you could please take this one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item 85B, to discuss and consider requesting the city clerk to analyze and prepare a phased plan to return to normal city council meetings, including a potential timeline for implementation. The reason I placed this item on the agenda was not necessarily to say, we need to have in-person meetings, next time around or in the next month, but it's because I think we need to all kind of discuss what we want the city clerk to do moving forward, whether that's a month from now or 3 months from now or 6 months from now. I think just something as simple as giving the okay and the blessing to the city clerk to obviously follow the governor's guidelines, because that is the first area that we should follow, is anything that the governor's guidelines set forth. I know just in the last week they've changed and they're kind of scaling back again, but when I first decided to put this on, I was thinking, okay, movie theaters are starting to open, and of course we want to have all safety precautions in place, but we need to start having a plan, like I said, whether that's a month from now or 6 months from now, I don't know, but we should start looking at, because I know that when we initially had that in-person meeting in June, it was a disaster, there was confusion, there was so I don't want to get an email from somebody on a week before the council meeting and say, hey, we're having an in-person meeting next week, and it's like, wait a minute, we got to really lay out the plan and the way we want to eventually start having in-person meetings again. So that's why I wanted to put this forward. I don't know if my colleagues have any thoughts or comments on this, on what the best course for our city clerk to take. Like I said, that this could be a month from now, or it could be 6 months from now. Who knows? But the fact that we should have something in place to start implementing as soon as the governor gives a green light and we start seeing the restrictions be reduced. And those are my comments. That's really why I placed it on here. And that is it. Not sure if any of my colleagues want to say anything. I know that the makeup of the council is going to change in 2 months, so there's that also. It's do we want to just wait? But just in the way that we could start having that conversation and laying out a plan, that would be my desire.
Thank you for that, council member. I think you said it well. It'll really be up to the governor and when in-person meetings with the proper protection and numbers of people and all those guidelines. But certainly it's something that the clerk ought to be keeping an eye on. And I would suggest that it'll probably be for a new council, just because the trends go up and down. And right now there's the beginning of a potential curve going the other way. Certainly in other parts of the country that's the case. And the weather right now has been really helping, but when it begins to cool down, I think unfortunately there might be a resurgence. And we, I have to say, I think are doing really, really well. We've passed out, I think, close to approaching 200,000 masks. I hope we get more than the city population, and we're seeing them everywhere, and it's making a difference. Our numbers are growing, but not at the same rate. So I think this is helpful. You put this on there, but I would suggest just continue to monitor it, and thank you for bringing it to our attention. Other comments on this by other council members, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a quick comment. Thank you, Councilmember Peñalosa, for bringing it up. It is something to think about. Not sure when we're going to have, meetings here, in-person meetings, because I guess we'll have to wait for a vaccine. And when the vaccine is here, then they're going to have to distribute it. That's going to be a little while, but it is a good idea to kind of start thinking and keeping an eye on a plan of how we're going to do it. And I thank him for bringing this up. And that's my comment, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comment? If not, we'll go towards the end of the meeting and maybe get a chance to go home a little bit earlier once in a while here.
Hold on one second.
No more comment?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a comment. This is Councilmember.
Please, go ahead. Yes, go ahead, please.
I want to thank the council member for putting this on. I think he's simply asking for, some thought about next steps. I don't think he's saying let's do anything, next week. I think it's good for staff and the rest of us to start considering maybe not the public coming back, but maybe the council members themselves coming back and how we do that. I think, what was unfortunate, and I think the confusion here is that as soon as we start thinking that we're having some success, we get a display of what happened this weekend, at the White House, and the debacle that's going on there and the confusion that lends itself to communities like ours. So I think that we need to set a good example of how we can come back safely as a body. And I'll reiterate what I had said earlier, and I know other agencies are doing this as they bring back their deliberative bodies, putting plexiglass between us, and making sure that we protect staff as well, and maybe ensuring that they aren't exposed, because to the extent that they have to be there, we want to make sure that they do that. But there are just things that staff can start considering as we take these next steps in opening up safely. I think we want to do that with as little harm and as little impact to people that work and clean, the council chambers. And then we can start talking about bringing the public back, but we can't do that until we start realizing how we can bring back the council. And yes, many of us are probably not going to be on this council, and it'll be new council members, but to the extent that they can come onto this council and sit at the dais safely and make sure that they protect themselves and they protect the staff that is there, I think it's prudent for us to start thinking about it. I don't think there's any reason why we can't give that some thought and maybe have the staff come back to us with some suggestions. And I think that's simply all that's being asked. And I'm very supportive of having that conversation with staff. So thank you, Councilmember Peñalosa.
And thank you, Councilmember Sarmiento.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Sarmiento, that was basically it. I mean, I'm in the council chambers now. I have been present. There's very limited people here, and we're very far apart. But even for example, the public microphone that the public uses to comment, there's no plexiglass there. And I'm just saying that we need to have this conversation so that we're not scrambling the week before, when the council, Governor Newsom could wake up tomorrow, and I don't think he will, but I'm just saying, you know what, it's not, where whatever zone, color, I don't forget what color he's using for being open, but, you could return to in-person meeting, but we're gonna scramble because nothing is set up in the council chambers for in-person meetings. So that's kind of where I'm leaning to, is start this, having this conversation among staff, city clerk, and risk management of what kind of precautions we could, additionally do here in the council chambers and take for that when we do move that direction, we're ready and we're not caught scrambling and we're not making decisions on the Thursday before the council meeting like we did in June, which sent the community into an uproar, because that's not what we want. So that is it. That is basically just what I want, is some precautions start to be taken, start being implemented, and I want the city clerk to not also be caught off guard, and as soon as the governor says, hey, it's okay, I don't want her to come back to us and kind of chase all of us down to see what we want to do. It's giving her the authority to say, hey, you know what, as soon as these precautions are reduced, you can move forward. But that's basically it.
Mr.
Mayor,
I want to add to that, because I think, as I'm hearing more of this discussion, I think there's really two conversations. One is about when we open it up and how we do that. The other very important point is there are some best practices we know about already, that with or without regulations, we should be doing some of these things, whether having a hand sanitizer by the mic here, or those little napkins, or a plexiglass, and really not just in the chamber, but at all our public facilities where we engage with the public, just with the availability of PPEs or plexiglasses or doors open, whatever it may be, because COVID's going to be around much longer than anybody thinks, and regardless of the regulations that change almost on a daily basis, getting the best practices down and starting to use them, I think, makes sense.
thank you for that. Look, since everybody's talking, let me add something now to the comment. I know that there's a lot of new technology coming in. There's ways of sanitizing rooms very quickly through ultraviolet radiation, for example. I also know that now in schools they're going to start implementing these air circulators, because this virus is mainly transferred in the air from people to people in a live situation. So there's these indoor filters, if you will, that inside have the ability to neutralize and destroy any virus. So simply by having some of these around the city council chambers, we know that if somebody's sick, chances are that when the air goes through the recirculation system, it will be neutralized. And I think, that type of technology we ought to, contemplate as well. So with that, let's go on to the next item, if I may. And that is the Housing Authority agenda. So I'm going to recess the City Council meeting and convene the Housing Authority agenda. And Madam Clerk, would you please conduct a roll call for the Housing Authority, please?
Authority Member Becerra.
Here.
Authority Member Mendoza.
Here.
Authority Member Peñalosa.
Here.
Authority Member Sarmiento.
Here.
Authority Member Solorio.
Here.
Vice Chair Villegas.
Here.
Chair Pulido.
I am here as well. So now I will entertain a motion on consent calendar items 1 through 3.
So moved.
Second.
Any comment on the motion? Hear no comment, can you please take a roll call vote?
Authority Member Becerra.
Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Authority Member Mendoza.
Yes.
Authority Member Peñalosa.
Yes.
Authority Member Sarmiento.
Yes.
Authority Member Solorio.
Yes.
Vice Chair Villegas.
Yes.
Chair Pulido.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 7-0.
So that's the end of our consent calendar. Now I believe you want me, it's called that we call into order the successor agency. So can we have a roll call vote for members of the successor agency, please?
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Here.
Councilmember Sarmiento.
Here.
Councilmember Solorio.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas.
Here.
Mayor Pulido.
Here. So now I believe we have public comment. I assume there are none. Is that a correct assumption?
I do have
Madam
one.
Clerk?
I do have one public comment. Manny Escamilla.
Go ahead.
Manny. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. So sorry. I was actually trying to comment in on the housing authority, so I hope I can still comment, even though it might be a little out of order.
Yes, go ahead, Manny. You can do so. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. No, I just wanted to thank you all for being here, and just hoping to have an early night as well. But I just wanted to bring an Assembly Bill to your attention and to staff. So it's Assembly Bill 3308 that's going to be allowing for preferential housing construction for school district employees. And as I kind of read the statute, it's actually fairly forgiving and allows for classified staff as well as teachers. And I know that a lot of our classified staff that serve on the or that work for the school district also have students and are kind of part of the groups of folks that we definitely want to provide affordable housing for. So I just wanted to kind of put that on staff's radar, trying to see how we might be able to partner with the school district and hopefully getting some support for our local school district employees in order to have stable housing. Because I think as Councilmember Villegas, Mayor Pro Tem Villegas has stated before, it's really hard to construct affordable housing and still have it for our own local residents. So I think this is one way we might be able to do that. So I just want to make sure we're geared up and ready when the law goes into effect in January. And that's it. Have a good night.
Thank you. So with that was our only speaker, correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct.
Okay. So then I believe we have a motion is in order for the consent calendar for this agency. I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any comment? If not, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento.
Yes.
Councilmember Solorio.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas.
Yes.
Mayor Pulido.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 7-0.
Now I believe I adjourn those entities and reconvene the city council meeting and go to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple items for you. As requested, I wanted to always give you a Santa Ana Cares update. Since we first started receiving the state CARES funding towards the end of July, we have been extremely busy. And at the request of City Council to increase testing, we have added additional hours and spots, and it has resulted in a 200% increase in the number of testing that we have administered. We also have seen an uptick in our positive test rate. We're currently at 6.13. The Mobile Resource Center includes stops at 76 neighborhoods and 16 parks across the city. This week we are also conducting testing on the Maple Bike Trail, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. If you look on your screen, this is a map of our entire city, and the shaded light blue areas shows the coverage that we will have when we are done visiting 100 different sites with our Mobile Resource Center. We have a lot of coverage throughout the city. Each of the blue areas represents about a half a mile from one of our outreach locations. The bright blue dots indicate where those outreach locations have already taken place or are going to be conducted. We are doing testing 7 days a week with drive-to testing available at Santa Ana College 4 days a week, Wednesdays and Thursdays from 2:30 to 6:30, and Saturdays and Sundays from 9 to 4. We also are providing testing for vulnerable populations in the city, including testing at our senior centers on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we are providing testing to our homeless residents on Fridays as well. Today, we launched our partnership with the Santa Ana Unified School District to provide testing for student athletes and all Santa Ana residents of Santa Ana USD school sites. This service is available all month on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 1 to 7. To achieve all of this, we have hired 41 part-time employees. Some of those are helping us with our call center, and a large chunk of them, 27 of them, are working out in the field. Of those, we were able to rehire back 5 former city employees, and we have created several public service announcements that, if you entertain me, I would like to show one of our public service announcements. We are airing them on our TV channel, on YouTube, and social media to help spread the word about our wonderful Santa Ana Cares program. So this is a preview of the PSA for you.
Are you struggling from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic? Well, the City of Santa Ana wants to help. The new Santa Ana Cares program includes free coronavirus testing for Santa Ana residents, rental assistance, help with past due utility bills, child care payment assistance for workers, grants for businesses, nonprofits, and artists, and much more. We are also bringing these resources directly to dozens of Santa Ana neighborhoods. These mobile resource centers will make it easy to get connected with the services and programs you may need during this difficult time. You will see this notice hanging on your door the day before we will be in your neighborhood to let you know we are coming. This free service is available for Santa Ana residents only, and all participants must wear a face covering when attending. To learn more about Santa Ana Cares, please visit www.santana-ana.org/cares or call the CARES hotline at 714-667-CARE.
And just 2 more quick items. I want to update you on a partnership with the Santa Ana Unified School District called the Student Success Library Card Program. It's a program that provides every student in the school district access to physical library materials and online resources such as downloadable ebooks. Students are not charged fine on any materials they check out with their Student Success Library Card. We will be waiving those fees, and it is a partnership, and it's a first step in improving our library access to many underserved students in Santa Ana. Another exciting program that we are doing is partnering with the Cube, and on this one we plan to roll out a Play and Learn Go Pass where Santa Ana residents will have the opportunity to check out from the library a designated number of free passes to visit the Discovery Science Center, and then we will do additional library programming in conjunction with the programs that they see at the Discovery Science Center if students are interested in learning more about any particular topic. And that's all I have, sir.
Thank you for that. Why don't we move on to council member comments? Councilmember Becerra, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If anybody needed any further proof that 2020 was a challenging year, didn't have to look much further than the loss of John Mendez. John was a very caring, generous individual here in our community. He faced some major health challenges and he kept fighting on. He dedicated himself to helping the youth of our community. All the way down to even my last conversation with John, where he was pitching me on helping out with a couple of the programs here in Santa Ana, which I was happy to contribute to. So I appreciate that tonight we're adjourning the meeting in his honor, or his memory, excuse me. And one question I had for staff, it was my understanding that a federal judge has ordered the 2020 census to continue through the end of October. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
I believe, sir, I did read that as well, but I would like to double check before I answer definitively.
Well, I would just say, while we can, just everybody, not to steal my colleague's thunder, but we need to overly emphasize we need to fill out the census. It's very important that we do that. So I just wanted to, if we had that clarification, to provide that to the community. But, Mr. Mayor, that's all my comments this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pulido. I have three short comments. The first one is I would like to welcome our newest chaplains from the Santa Ana Police Department. It's a husband and wife team. As you heard tonight, it's Mrs. Keller, and it is Bob. And I apologize, I didn't catch Mrs. Keller's name, but we do have those two new Santa Ana Police Department chaplains. So welcome, and thank you for the invocation tonight. And number two, I wanted to inform our public out there that the city of Santa Ana has launched its 6th annual Youth Water Poster Contest, and it's really exciting because the poster contest is where students residing in Santa Ana will compete for a chance to win prizes ranging from gift certificates to Nintendo Switch systems and iPads. And one of the grand prize winners and 2 finalists will be selected in each age category. So there's 3 age categories. This year's contest theme is Trust the Tap. And as you know, that Santa Ana has really good water, so that's why I want to promote this among our residents. And the contest is designed to raise student awareness about the safety of their drinking water through creative expression. It also educates students on how Santa Ana's tap water is protected from viruses, including the coronavirus, and safeguarded by the City of Santa Ana Water Resources Division during this pandemic. So our poster contest is on the webpage at the santanawater.org/contest. And if students cannot afford the art materials, you may contact this name that I'm going to give you and to obtain some materials. Robert Hernandez at 714-647-3341. And the deadline for this contest is January 29th of 2020. January 29th, 2021. That's a mouthful. And then lastly, I would also like to commend our Public Works Executive Director, Nabil Saba, and our Project Manager, Christy Kinding. The city received Smart Energy Decisions Innovation Award recently. And this is a Smart Energy Decision organization who recently recognized the City of Santa Ana Public Works Agency for exemplary use and implementation of innovative technologies and progressive practices among large electric power users that reflect new approaches to energy procurement and management. The city's Public Works Agency received this award for their great work that they did at City Hall for energy retro-commissioning and retrofitting the City Hall building They used cutting-edge technology to improve the building's energy performance through new lighting, new smart window shades, and improved heating, ventilation, and cooling controls. This project was funded by a grant from the California Energy Commission. So I just wanted to let the public that we are energy conscious and that we have very safe water. And I give credit to our wonderful Santa Ana newspaper called the Santa Ana Green. And that is it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Now let's go on to Councilmember Peñalosa, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to start off by saying that on this Thursday, I have my TCA board meeting at 9 a.m. sharp for those that are interested in tuning in. Represent our city on that board, so that we have our monthly board meeting this Thursday. And also wanted to remind everybody about the 2020 census. If you haven't already done so, please, I encourage you all to fill it out. Tell your neighbor, tell your family members of how important it is by going to www.my2020census.gov. In the year 2000, the city of Santa Ana was at a 78% response rate. In the year 2010, it actually went down to 71% of households in Santa Ana filling out the census. This year, 2020, we are actually below that. So we should be going the other way, especially now with the internet and how active we've been promoting the internet online. It should be going the other direction. Unfortunately, with the administration and the rhetoric that's been out there, I know people are scared. I want to assure everybody that it's safe. No one can share anything with any immigration agency or tax agency, and it's 100% confidential. And it will take you less than 10 minutes and have a very huge effect for the next 10 years here in your community. So I encourage everybody to do so. I know that the mayor and I have been talking about these last-minute ideas of how we could promote the census in the city and advertise it. And I am I agree. We should do something big. Madam City Manager and Daisy, if you're listening, wherever you are, who's been doing a great job, by the way, the last year in pushing out census information and educating the public. But one of the ideas that we had is draping the water tower in a giant census form. That sounds crazy, but I know that it would get people's attention, and that's the goal here. And I don't know if the mayor wanted to talk a little bit about it. I'll let him talk about it. Mr. Mayor, are you there?
Yes, I'm right here. Let me just tell folks that we need to do something, and I think this could really get people's attention. So just, what we're talking about is just a giant sign on the water tower, draping mainly, so that it can be seen, from the freeway side. And I was even suggesting leaving it blank and then, having the city attorney draw up a huge indemnity agreement, and having somebody potentially, strap themselves on the water tower, rappel down, and fill out the form. I bet you we would get, people watching and, TV coverage and bring attention to the census. It is just so much money at stake. If we need to stand on our head, we should stand on our head. Meaning, it can be the difference in the next decade as to whether we realize a lot of dreams or not. And as I'm leaving the council, and those of us that have served here for a while, we know the importance of the census. So as I've been talking to Councilor Peñalosa, we're not talking about a lot of money. A big banner is not going to, be that expensive. But if it results in a few more thousand people filling out the census, because it's the same. Okay, yeah, let's fill it out. Have we done it? It'll be worth our time. So, maybe we don't have much time left. Is there any opposition? I know it's not a motion or anything, but does anybody think it's the worst idea ever? Because if not, I'd like to work with any of you and have Councilor Peñalosa lead it. He's been chairing the census, and I just, talked to him about this idea because I think it could get some attention. It's a publicity stunt, no doubt about it, but it could be a good one, and it could get our residents and others, and that's okay. But I'm mainly focused on Santa Ana residents and getting our numbers up. Any brief thought from any council member?
And just to add to that really quick, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, when it comes to cost, we did appropriate several $1,000s to census outreach earlier in the year and the year before that during the last budget cycle. That has not been spent because of a lot of it was going to be on the ground events and community events, so all of those due to COVID were canceled. So there is some funding available that we already appropriated for census outreach. Just putting that out there. I've confirmed that is still the case. So that's. With that said, I think Councilmember.
Thank you for that.
I think Councilmember Solorio wanted to comment.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead. I know this is not customary, but we're having a short meeting, and this is an important subject. Councilmember Solorio, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And you know what I'll do? I'll include it with my council comments because I think we're kind of in that section anyway. So, I agree that, one last push on the census would be good. And in addition to thinking about the idea of the water tower, maybe something on the Discovery Cube also. That's a very nice flat surface. They haven't had much activity, so they have extra space. And now that we have a regional signage program with them, the city does have rights to space there, and very visible, very flat, and it may be easier and more cost effective to do it, or maybe do it on both places, but just wanted to share that. I also wanted to thank, and maybe via our staff, a letter would be nice to the firefighters that serve Santa Ana. We had a recent fairly big fire at the creek, and actually that week there were 3 or 4 fires throughout the city. It was kind of sad, and it was not long after the statewide fires, but they did a fantastic job responding fairly quickly. There was just very minor damages to one of the sheds. We lost some trees and bushes in the creek, but on the whole, the neighborhood was fairly well protected because of the strong and quick response. I've attended a few CARES Relief Team events now in the various parks, and do want to compliment the staff. Very well executed and done. Finally, kudos to Public Works. I'm starting to see more and more median improvement projects on different streets, and they're starting to fill in nicely, and I think we're going to learn which ones grow out easier or better than others, but they're looking good, and it's nice seeing a variety. So thank you to Public Works and our city manager on that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Sarmiento, I apologize. The way this evolved, we jumped over you, but it was not intentional. Please go ahead, council member.
No worries. I just didn't know how to respond to that idea about somebody filling out their form hanging from the water tower. So that was still trying to get an image in my head for that.
It'll get your attention. It'll be interesting.
We may lose the money we get from
put Councilor Peñalosa out there on some, strap them on. It'd be very interesting. I'm kidding.
I'm going to say it,
member. I'm kidding.
I don't want to lose anybody as we're trying to garner some money from this. We may have to lose it in a payout for the risk loss involved. But look, I think it's a good idea to just maybe use some of those funds that were referenced that we set aside for this very effort. And I like the idea of maybe bringing some of our part-timers as part of that team. I think as the city manager was speaking about the CARES Act being implemented and the testing and all the information being provided, and her bringing back part-timers and some full-timers for that effort, and it's been really successful. I know our numbers aren't as robust as we would have liked, but it looks like we're figuring it out. I think the park sites are working really well, so anything that we can do to bring back our employees, and and I just simply want to thank them because I see them really motivated and excited about helping and providing the service. So thank you to them, because we know it's it's also a dangerous thing to go knock on somebody's door and to also be providing service and having close contact. So good work on their part and your part as well, Madam City Manager. I did want to ask you, because I know that we had an offer for some free Wi-Fi spots, and I wanted to just ask and see how that was going. And I know that that's probably in the works. Any updates on that?
Sorry, sir, I don't have an update for you tonight, but I will get one for you very shortly. Maybe tomorrow I can reach out to you.
Yeah, that's great, and thank you. So that's good news. I know that one of the contractors and vendors for the school district offered us some free Wi-Fi spots, and so that's a real blessing for not just our students but our families who also need them as they're as they're still many sheltering in place and still bound at home. So that's a free of cost as well. So that's a really good thing. The final thing I wanted to say is, we've already started receiving, many of us have started receiving our ballots to vote by mail. One of the things I think that we may want to consider doing is maybe our communication staff could put together an instructional video in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese, and basically walk folks through how they fill out correctly a ballot if they're not going to be able to go to their normal polling place and mailing it in. I know that there's some very tricky ways that a ballot can be disqualified, and that's the last thing we want to see. So to the extent we can do something instructional, not just put it on Nixle, but maybe put it on Channel 3 and have it circulate there with the map of where the voting centers are, the drop boxes are. We should all remember, and I think maybe the mayor and I will remember this, when they put armed guards at polling places to suppress the vote. What we want to do is just the opposite. We want to make it as simple and as easy for as many people to vote as possible. And, we became infamous for that, for having armed guards here intimidating many of our residents from voting. And we certainly don't want that to happen again. I don't put anything past, this, unfortunately, a lot of folks that don't want to see many of us vote. So to the extent we can push back on that as much as possible, I'd certainly welcome the effort. But with that, those are my comments, and I hope everybody has a good night.
Thank you. I believe we're to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank our men and women of the OCFA for all their hard work and dedication, keeping us safe when it comes to the fires, and many of them have been called out to help with the wildfires in California. You have to remember, folks, that when you're outside and you feel the heat and, it's a little tough on you sometimes, you have to remember we have men and women in uniform that are out there fighting these wildfires, and it takes a toll on them, and they fight day and night, and it's a lot of work, and we wish them well. We want them to come home safe to their families, and along for our police officers also, who have to wear all their gear that they carry and their protective vests and all that stuff. It's not easy being out in the street working, even holding a perimeter or just doing your normal work with all your gear on, and then the weather's not helping. Whether it's really cold or raining or if it's hot, we wish them well. We want them to take care and for them to be home safely with their families. And I want to thank all the staff from the city manager's office and all of our staff here at the city for the great work they've been doing. We're almost through this COVID, I hope, and I appreciate their dedication to the residents of Santa Ana. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, and I believe we have two...
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I believe we have two adjournments this evening.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor. I think you...
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I am.
Thank you, sir.
First adjournment in memory of John Mendez that was mentioned earlier by Councilmember Becerra. He brought it to my attention and requested we put this on the agenda, and it is as part of our formal agenda. Let me just say a couple things about John. He was just a wonderful human being. He was very active with our Santa Police Athletic and Activities League, otherwise known as PAL. He had a long battle with cancer, and unfortunately, he passed away on September 24th. He partnered recently with a few council members on donation requests to support PAL's summer programming. And also, even though he had cancer and he's working so hard on many things, he also helped raise money for an upcoming Thanksgiving food drive that we're going to have. He was active in that as well. So I think just a wonderful human being, somebody we should all remember fondly. And talking about remembering people fondly, I also want to bring to attention another Santa Ana, supporter and former employee, and that's Lieutenant Mike Foote. He, left us recently. He was in the police department, I think almost, 25 plus years. He was active in the early days of, police, community-oriented policing. He in particular worked the south part of town. That South Coast metro area was his focus. And he, has been part of so many people that have made the Santa Ana Police Department just such a Class A department. And before I adjourn, I have one more thought. But before I do that, I want to call on Councilor Peñalosa. I think you have something real quick you want to mention about John. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to quickly reiterate how much of a force John was in Santa Ana and how much of his heart was in our community. 9 days before he passed away, he called me and was so passionate about helping our community once again for Thanksgiving, to provide meals for many of our families here in Santa Ana. And he mentioned briefly, I'm just happy to be home from the hospital, and that was it. Never quickly made it about what he wanted to do, and sounded so passionate about doing it. So it's definitely a huge loss to our community. My heart and condolences go out to his family and his friends, and the Helping Hand Santa Ana family as well. I mean, this year has, like Councilmember Becerra said, has been a tough one. He's in good company. He was a hero here in Santa Ana, and he's in good company with, Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Kobe Bryant, and that is the how large of a loss this city and community has with him. So, with that said, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for adjourning this meeting in his honor.
You're welcome, and thank you for requesting along with Councilor Becerra. Let me just close by saying that I just want to warn us all that right now we've been doing a great job. We need to get more masks out there, need to keep working harder. Numbers are down, but we have 283 deaths here in the city, since this all began kind of late February, early March. The good news is that the numbers are down, and the current infection rate is being reflected in less people hospitalized and less people dying. But, we're leading the county in a category nobody wants to lead. We're about, 1,200 cases above Anaheim and way above everybody else. It's like there's two supernovas in the county, and it's us in Anaheim, and we're bigger than they are in these categories. So I just want to warn everybody, please don't let your guard down. Already we're seeing other parts of the world where they kind of had a beat. Now, Paris, for example, all the cafes are closed. All the restaurants are closed. They had it under control, and now they're playing the French Open, and, where they have hundreds of thousands of people, now they're only letting 1,000 in a day. And, thank God we have TV, and a lot of us can enjoy it remotely. But, the pandemic is weakened, but not dead. So let's just stay aggressive, stay on it, because our city and our county depend on our efforts. And there's a lot we can do as leaders to continue to keep the issue at the forefront. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting to our next meeting. Actually, don't we have a special meeting coming up, Madam Clerk, on the 16th or so?
We currently are looking to schedule a special meeting on October 16th. That's correct.
All right, but I'll adjourn this meeting to our next regularly scheduled meeting, which will be held on October 20th. So let me leave it at that. If we schedule a special meeting for whatever, we'll do that separately. So with that, let's all have a good evening, and we can go home, and it's 8:31. So this is pretty good. We did a lot of business and had a long closed session, and I just want to thank the council for everybody caring and everybody, pushing, in the right direction here for our beloved city. So with that, this meeting is adjourned.
Right now, across Orange County, you are needed.
Right now, the call goes out for you to step up and help your neighbor.
From the beaches to the city, we all play a part in protecting each other.
Wearing your mask is a simple way to show your family, your friends, your community that you care.
Because when you keep the safety of others in mind, it inspires them to think of you too.
So please, take a mask with you when you're out and about, and remember to stay at least 6 feet apart from others.
When we do our part, we help prevent the spread of coronavirus. When we do our part, we spread a movement of collective consideration for our community.
Right now,
it's time to come together as one
and work together to build a better tomorrow.
When we work together, we are stronger.
We need each other like no other time in history.
Right now, it's time to stand together.
We need you.
We need you.
We need you to stand up, put on your mask,
and tell your neighbor,
I've got you.
I've got you.
I've got you.
And no matter how tough it gets,
we will come back stronger
because we did it together.
The Santa Ana Family Justice Center is a partnership between the Santa Ana Police Department and 17 local organizations designed to help survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, human trafficking, and elder abuse. The center is designed to be a safe space for people coming in to seek services. We have our children's room for those who come in with children. This room is equipped with toys, books, and a play area for children to play and stay entertained. We also have our soft intake room. This room was designed to make survivors feel safe and comfortable while telling their stories to our domestic violence advocates. Survivors are connected to the resources they may need, which can include restraining orders, shelters, counseling, legal services, and many more. All services provided are free of cost. The Santa Ana Family Justice Center is located inside the Santa Ana Police Department and is open to those seeking services regardless of age, gender, sexual orientation, or immigration status. The center is open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Hi, this is Santa Ana Mayor Miguel Polito, and I just want to tell you that there's some flyers that are out there telling you not to answer the census. They're basically saying that it's an immigration ploy, that you're going to be deported. I just want you to know that is false. It is not true. I don't know who's putting it out, but whoever's putting it out, they're trying to hurt this community. They're trying to suppress the census count. That means we won't get as much money for education, for housing, for transportation. We'll be an undercounted community. And it's very dangerous because the census is once every 10 years. And people that do this are people that are trying to bring our numbers down, at least in a fictitious manner. In reality, people are here. But what matters is who is officially counted. So don't believe any false advertising like that. If you see it, if you see somebody putting it up, take a picture, send it to us, let us investigate and put a stop to it. But while we're doing that, just please tell folks that it's false. Don't believe it. Know that the best thing is for us to have accurate numbers so we get our fair share of money. Thank you very much.
It's all about power.
And money. Almost $700 billion per year.
And it only happens once every 10 years.
It directly impacts our representation in government.
And the money that goes to
our schools,
our housing,
our neighborhood programs,
our lives.
So what is it?
A population count of America.
But it's much more than that. It's the basis of distributing power and money.
From the government to our communities.
The unfortunate part is that a lot of us are not counted.
It's up to us to change that.
When we aren't counted, our communities don't get their fair share.
For each person not counted,
that community loses over $100,000.
For a household or a family of 5. But we can change it.
When the census comes in the mail,
fill it out. Don't throw it out.
Or do it online.
And make sure to count everyone in the household.
Little ones too.
The census begins in 2020.
Most households will get a postcard in the mail next March.
Telling them it's census time.
And we're required to fill it out.
This count will determine how many Congress members each state will get.
And to draw new congressional maps in 2021.
It's also used to draw maps for basically every level of government.
From the state legislature to school boards.
So this is a huge opportunity for us.
To make a positive impact on our communities.
It's critical that we are all counted.
So go ahead.
Take the pledge.
Pledge to be counted.
Because there's so much at stake not to.
I count.
Yo cuento.
Yo cuento.
I count.
Yo cuento.
Yo cuento.
We count.
We count.
We count.
We count.
We count. Santa Ana counts.
Santa Ana cuenta.
Santa Ana counts.
Santa Ana counts.
In 2020, you count. Santa Ana counts.
Hi, this is Santa Ana Mayor Miguel Polito, and I want to tell you some of the things that we're doing to fight the coronavirus. One of them is we have this kit, and in this kit we have a mask. It's a Santa Ana mask. So you can put it on. It's got the city logo on there, and it's a great mask. We also have another one inside that you can give a friend or a family member or anybody who didn't get the kit. We have 100,000 of these kits. There's also hand sanitizer inside the kit. Now, how do you get a kit and what's going on? Look for this on your door. When you get this on your door hanger at home, it will say right here, it'll say when and exactly the time we're going to be in your neighborhood. So we're going to have this mobile van, mobile center, think of it, where we're going to be doing a variety of things. We're going to be handing out the test kits, the sanitizer, the masks, but also at the center, we're going to be providing information on how you get rental assistance. Now, what's that mean? That means you can qualify for up to $1,500 of rental assistance. Also, we're going to have utility assistance. Let's say you're behind on your electric bill or your gas bill or your water bill or something. You can qualify for up to $500 of rental assistance. In addition to that, let's say that you're an essential worker. You have to go work at a grocery store and you don't have any assistance to help take care of the kids. Per household, per week, we're going to give up to $100 to help people with child care. In addition to that, at these mobile centers, we're going to have free testing for COVID testing. Also, on weekends at the college, Santa College, we're going to be doing free testing as well every weekend at the college. You go online, you can look all this up, it's right there. And on the masks, we're giving out 200,000 masks in total because we're doing 100,000 kits. There's 2 masks per kit. And that won't be the end of it, but we really need to mask up. If we mask up, we're going to beat this virus. I know of a case where the whole family got it, except one individual that kept wearing his mask in the house, opened the window, put up a sheet, try to protect himself. The family is now recovered, but he never got it. And he never got it because he masked up. And that's not uncommon. Masks really work. It's a big, big, big reduction. So if you have any questions, just go online at City Hall. We'll have all this information. I want you to look for these because these are going to be on your front door. And also the people that come to your front door and that are out there, they're going to be wearing these t-shirts. And, there's Santa Ana ambassadors, and Santa Ana Cares, and these are the ambassador t-shirts that people are going to be wearing. So let's do this together. Our numbers are up, but the rate is down. We're over 8,000 people now in the city that are sick and 208 that have died. But the rate of increase is not as high anymore. So keep wearing the masks. We're going to get this under control. So let's move forward together, Santa Ana. Thank you very much.
El Centro de Justicia Familiar de Santa Ana es una asociación entre el Departamento de Policía de Santa Ana y 17 organizaciones locales diseñadas para ayudar a los sobrevivientes de violencia doméstica, agresión sexual, abuso infantil, trato de personas y abuso de adultos mayores. El centro está diseñado para ser un espacio seguro para las personas que vienen a buscar servicios. Tenemos el cuarto familiar para aquellos que vengan con niños. Este cuarto está equipado con juguetes, libros y una área de juegos para que los niños jueguen y se entretengan. También tenemos nuestra sala de entrevistas, cual fue diseñada para que los sobrevivientes se sientan seguros y cómodos mientras cuentan sus historias a nuestros defensores de la violencia doméstica. Los sobrevivientes están conectados a los recursos que puedan ocupar, como órdenes de restricción, refugio, asesoramiento, servicio legal y muchos más. Todos los servicios prestados son gratuitos. El Centro de Justicia Familiar de Santa Ana está ubicado dentro del Departamento de Policía de Santa Ana y está abierto a aquellos que busquen servicios independientemente de su edad, sexo, orientación sexual o estado migratorio. El centro está abierto de lunes a viernes de 8 a 5 de la tarde.
Hola, les habla el alcalde de Santa Ana, Miguel Pulido. Les quiero decir que sé que hay unos volantes que básicamente dicen cuidado, que no cooperen con el census, que en serio es un esquema, una trampa, algo para trabajar con inmigración y deportar a gente. Les quiero decir que eso es completamente falso. No sé quién lo está haciendo, pero es alguien para tratar de que la gente no participe en el census. Eso es muy peligroso. ¿Por qué? Porque se nos baja la población en una manera ficticia, pero se baja. Entonces, como ciudad no recibimos el dinero federal que necesitamos recibir para poder trabajar en todos los temas que trabajamos. Vivienda, transportación, educación, etcétera. Entonces, por favor, si ven algo así, repórtenlo, hablen a aquel ciudad, repórtenlo, pero quiero que sepan que no es verdad. No es cierto. Yo creo que es gente que quiere que no participemos. Es gente que quiere que no tengamos voz. Es gente que quiere que no progresemos. Por eso les digo, por favor, participen en el census y no crean cosas como esa que son cosas falsas. Gracias y adelante a darle con ganas.
Tiene que ver con poder.
¿Y dinero?
Casi 700 billones de dólares por año.
Y solamente ocurre una vez cada 10 años.
Impacta directamente nuestra representación en el gobierno.
Y el dinero que va hacia
nuestras comunidades,
nuestras escuelas,
nuestras viviendas,
nuestras vidas.
¿Y entonces qué es?
El censo.
Un conteo de la población de los Estados Unidos.
Pero es mucho más que eso.
Es la base de distribución de poder y dinero.
Del gobierno a nuestras comunidades.
La parte desafortunada es que muchos de nosotros no somos contados.
Y depende de nosotros para cambiarlo.
Cuando no somos contados, nuestras comunidades no reciben su parte justa.
Por cada persona que no es contada,
su comunidad pierde más de $20,000 sobre 10 años.
Para un hogar o una familia de 5.
Esa comunidad pierde más de $100,000.
Pero podemos cambiarlo.
Cuando el censo llega por correo.
Llénelo, no lo tire.
O hazlo en el internet.
Y asegúrense de contar a todos en su hogar. No tengan miedo.
El censo comienza en 2020.
La mayoría de los hogares recibirán una tarjeta postal por correo el próximo marzo,
diciéndoles que el censo ha llegado.
Y estamos obligados a completarlo.
Esta cuenta se usará para determinar cuántos congresistas recibe cada estado.
Y para dibujar nuevas mapas del Congreso en 2021.
También se usa para dibujar mapas para básicamente todos los niveles del gobierno.
De la legislatura estatal al consejo escolar. Entonces, esta es una gran oportunidad para nosotros.
Para tener impacto positivo en nuestras comunidades.
Es crítico que todos seamos contados.
Así que, adelante.
Haz la promesa.
Promete de ser contado.
Porque hay demasiado en juego para no participar.
Yo cuento.
Yo cuento.
Yo cuento.
Yo cuento.
Contamos.
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 Santa Ana cuenta.
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 En 2020, cuentas. Santa Ana cuenta.
Hola, les habla el alcalde de Santa Ana, Miguel Pulido, y les quiero decir que estamos haciendo un programa aquí para ayudar con todo lo de la coronavirus. Busquen esto enfrente de su casa, en la puerta de su casa, y les va a decir claramente cuándo, exactamente qué día y a qué hora vamos a estar en su vecindad. Ahora, ¿qué quiere decir eso? Eso quiere decir que vamos a estar allí para varias cosas. Les vamos a dar uno de estos paquetes. ¿Y estos paquetes qué tienen? Tienen adentro una máscara que dice básicamente Santana, entonces la pueden utilizar. Tienen otra máscara también para ustedes o para alguien en la casa o cualquiera familiar o amigo que tengan. Aparte, para limpiarse un poquito las manos, traerlo con ustedes. Aquí está poquito de este elemento con alcohol para quitarse la virus. Pero aparte de eso, con este programa vamos a estar haciendo varias cosas. Va a venir un vehículo móvil con un chorro de gente a darles ayuda directo a las vecindades. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Digamos están atrasados en la renta. Vamos a estar dando ayuda hasta $1,500 por casa para ayudar con esos pagos retrasados. También digamos que se atrasaron en la luz o en el gas o lo que sea, $500 para ayudarles con las utilidades, digamos. Digamos que tiene que trabajar o tiene que trabajar en un restaurante o lo que sea y tiene los niños, ¿qué hace con los niños? Vamos a dar $100 por semana para ayudar a que cuiden a los niños. Aparte de eso, dentro de estos vehículos que vienen de vecindad por vecindad, vamos a estar haciendo pruebas gratis de la virus. Entonces, cuando lleguen, aprovechen. También, ya les dije, dentro de este paquete vienen las mascarillas. Utilícenlas. ¿Por qué? Porque salvan vidas. Me contaron de una historia, hablé con otro señor también que tuvo la misma historia. Él utilizando máscaras paró la virus, aunque a toda la familia le dio la virus. Entonces, dentro de la casa también se pueden proteger mientras pasa esta ola. Por esta ola es una ola fuerte. Hasta ahorita llegamos más de 8,000 casos aquí en Santa Ana y tenemos más de 200 muertos, gente que ya se ha muerto. Entonces es una cosa real, hay que tomarla en serio. Pero con las mascarillas y este programa que estamos haciendo, todo lo que estamos ofreciendo, vamos a salir adelante. Y cuando vean esto, van a ver gente